Hello everyone! It's weird to be streaming again so soon after a previous stream, but I'm all for it. I really enjoyed writing a complete version of the Codex. Hopefully, very hopefully, we'll be able to finish it today. But if not, that just means another stream. Let me show you what's what. Okay, so it's pretty much all the same from where we left off, except for I've, written out the official disclaimer and split contributors into YouTubers and chat members. And also started the process of adding the aptly suggested table for the ranks and structure. Oh, hi, Ladybird. So Ladybird was the other YouTuber who sort of got me started on this process and was also drawing her splendid art whilst I was writing. Sadly, not able to be with me here today, but, just means I've got to work twice as hard. What I want to try and do is try and get all of this into a table, but I'm not sure how to lay the table out. I reckon having it like ranks along the top and then level of authority. I was gonna say we'll go from there and see what so the Brotherhood of Steel's Codex is kind of like their sort of founding document that has, their rules, their history, their members list, all of that. And it's never been shown in any of the games. And so I want to write out a complete version that can be, put online as a PDF, and anyone who wants to use it for their own sort of, headcanon or creative endeavors can use it. And so these bits in blue are what bits we do know. And everything else in sort of regular black font is stuff I've created. So we've gotten through most of the laws and rules, purpose and missions, history. And what I'm trying to do now is create ranks and structure, but obviously, as you can see, this is a bit of a mess. And so someone last time suggested that I should put it in a table, which is a very good suggestion, which is what I'm doing now. Wouldn't the purpose of the Brotherhood, including their mission, also be in blue? Yes. So, I mean, their mission and purpose is... It's obviously been stated very many times, but obviously everybody just kind of says their own thing. They word it different ways, but it all means the same thing. And so I've just put my own wording of the version, my own wording of their mission, in hence why it's in black text. Same for their history. Obviously all of this is, kind of well known, but yeah, I didn't want to put it in blue because it's not taken from an official source. So these blue bits are straight up, quotes that have been said in games and proven to be parts of the Codex. And so hence why I've written them in blue. So which Brotherhood chapter is this Codex for? Is this for a home, or is this a home? Sorry. So which Brotherhood chapter is this Codex for? Is this for a homebrew Codex? No. So this Codex is my own creation, but my intention is for this to be as accurate as I can possibly get it, so that it could be, you know, seen as canon, lore friendly. And so the only chapters, so I've got to write this in a way that obviously many chapters can be considered canon, except for the Chicago detachment, or used to be known as the Midwestern chapter, and Lions East Coast chapter, also known as the Lions Brotherhood of Steel, because obviously they were straight up declared rogue chapters, so I'm not worried about them being considered, you know, included within this. Hence why particularly, where was it? The Hand of Openness, which governs how new, like, outsiders are recruited, was specifically written in a way so that, you know, you could say they are, you know, they're operating outside of this procedure, and thus they are not Codex compliant or considered a rogue chapter by extension. I see we have some Enclave fans in the chat already. Lovely. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and fix up rank and structure, and then hopefully how would I do this? You know, I could keep this as the description of their task and this be the hierarchy. So if I make all of that centered, and then insert below, 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 below. I need a recruit. It needs to be all in capitals. Recruit cast. Yeah, I reckon that's good. I might move specialist over to here actually, just because. Oops. Specialist cast, and then combat, and then scribe. I feel like there should be something there, but I'll leave it blank for now. And then there is rank. I'm not sure if rank is going to be the right word, but this will be how high on the list they are, I guess. So right, this doesn't need to be in capitals, so high elder, elder. So let's put this, let's do all of this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Leave it at that for now. Let me quickly. One of my favorite chapters is the Midwest chapter for a few reasons. I'm some biased. Yeah, I think they're my favorite chapter too. Wouldn't the tactics for Brotherhood depend on how big or the ideology of a specific chapter? But if I was speaking logically, I would see the Brotherhood keeping their military tactics somewhat. Yeah. So I was gonna say this will come up later, but this is more like I was gonna say I'm not really 100% certain on what's gonna go in there, but it'll be things like, you know, composition, sort of rules for specific types of engagement, something that could be, you know, sort of applicable to post-apocalyptic USA. Right. Head scribe. Okay. Head scribe, and then proctors go there. Sentinels. Sentinels. Oh, I did spell that right. So Ladybird. So high to low going left to right in table. That's the current plan, I think, I guess. I was going to say, there's no real good way to kind of lay out a power structure in Microsoft Word, but I will do my best. You know, I'm not sure. That probably means that wants to go down. I can change it later. But since declared renegade or not Gilliman compliant, this one's going for as Codex compliant as possible, but not going as far as to be declared chapter renegades. Logically speaking, wouldn't Lancer be under specialist due to their specialist nature? Yes, I was planning to put the Lancers under specialists. Right. Sentinel, Head Paladin. I'm going to... because Head Paladin would be an officer? Because although they are obviously combat trained, they are still officers. So Head Paladin. And that makes sense because they're on the same level as Head Scribe. Although they do command combat troops. No, I'll keep it in officer caste for now. Right. Head Paladin, Senior Paladin. Okay, right. Senior Paladin. Star Paladin, right. Oh no, they are okay, so Senior Paladin is combat frontliner, so Senior Paladin actually wants to go here. And then Star Paladin wants to go there. I'm going to need to add more numbers because we are already working our way down the line. Could you split the window so we can see description on one side? Ah, that's clever. I don't normally operate with multiple pages. Ugh, disgusting. Let's zoom it back in. Oh, no, I've gone too far. Oh, why have you split like this? Well, this is certainly not ideal, but okay, if I keep it like that, you can see what's next. Then there's regular paladins. Oh, let's spell it right. Paladin. And then Head Knight. Commander of all knight operations and subordinate to the head paladin. So I guess let's go head knight. Try new window rather than zooming in might be easier. Oh, you mean like this? Well, first of all, that's disgusting. It's completely gotten rid of... Oh, okay, right. There's another thing here. The sudden pages going white I'm not happy with. Let me see if I can fix that. Right. View, design, page color. How on earth has this happened? More colors. No. There we go. Close enough. Feel like we just got flashbanged by the white pages. Why did Word do that? Because it's a microslot product. Unfortunately, its use is necessary. Right. The crisis averted. We now have the ranks on another page that we can see clearly. Right. Senior Knights. Senior Knight. Knight. Okay, Scribe. I feel like Scribe probably goes alongside Knight. Or maybe Senior Knight, depending on level. I'll put it alongside the Knight for now, so Scribe. An interesting idea could be Ranger Paladins, ones that specialize for deep recon and sniper long-range warfare. Given the Brotherhood running into NCR Rangers, this Codex took some notes. I mean, I think to be fair, some Paladins do use long-range tactics already, but I do get the point you're trying to make. Okay. So we have what are the other rank? I'm just trying to remember what the initiate ranks are. Let's have a quick look. Brotherhood of Steel ranks. Okay. So then aspirant is the highest. Aspirant. Can't believe I spelt that right. And then Squire. Originally precursor to initiate. Right. Let's go add another row. Below. Let's have I mean, that is a good idea, Chase, but from what I understand, it's people start as initiate and then they get sort of pushed into which rank officers think is best for them or trainers think is best for them. So then we have Squire, And then senior initiate. Nope, I knew I spelled that wrong. Initiate and then initiate. Okay. Yeah, so the Brotherhood of Steel on the East Coast uses a sponsorship system. So as they find people who are, you know, considered decently, you know, possible decent candidates, they can be sponsored by a senior officer into joining the ranks, which is how obviously the sole survivor ends up joining. Right, let's add all of the lancers. So I feel like Lancer Captain going in officer cast makes the most sense. And then Lancer Sergeant. Lancer Knight. And then Lancer. And then Lancer Initiate. There we go. Oh, hi, Inzerni. How's it going? Right. Oh, that's cool. This is actually being added in real time, which is nice. Let's check. I think that's a really good point about being outside of power armor, but some knights don't use power armor when they're on the front line, so maybe knights could fill in the role of being sharpshooters. Oh, very nice, Inzerni. Right. Let's have a quick, speedy look through the rank. Okay. Scribes are getting a lot of ranks down here in the scribe section, but it's trying to discern what is chapter specific and what is I've got senior scribes. Do I have senior? Senior scribes are some of the most advanced scribes. They're chosen for... Have I missed one? Yeah, I have. I missed one, so... Senior scribe. Yeah, head knight, senior knight, knight, proctor, senior scribe, scribe. Okay. Okay, that's only used by There is the head librarian, but that's only ever been seen in Fallout 3. Oh, here we go. Special titles. That's Fallout 76. That's Fallout 76. That's one chapter. That's one chapter. Okay, I think those are all pretty specifically to one chapter, so I think we're done with that. Okay. Right. Now that's out of the way. I'll add their descriptions later. Let's move into some tactical nonsense. Okay. Is this all size 14 text? Oh, no, that's size 12. Okay, right. What can we give this section's name? Think. Tactics. What was that Byzantine book called? Which is just such a funny statement with no context. Byzantine strategy book. Okay, that was called the Strategicon. No, that doesn't really seem like a good fit. Oh, hi, G-Bath. No, I wasn't thinking of the Art of War. I was thinking of the Byzantine Strategicon. Well, let's have a look at some of the other names. We've got the Hierarchy of Siblings for Ranks, the Thesis of Technology, the Voice of Reason, Hand of Openness. Could I call it? That would be really cool. Brotherhood is still using tanks, but trying to focus on what we actually know or what's been shown so far. Let's have a think. You know, I'll just call it the battle order for now. Manual of Tactics for specific engagements and enemy types, and should be reviewed and updated frequently. Should our order... Oops. See, I'm already running into the problem of this name, is that sometimes people refer to the Brotherhood as Steel as an order, so should our Brotherhood become become tactically stagnant. Oh my god, I spelled that right. Become tactically stagnant, it would mean our certain doom. Lovely. True, with tactics being wishy-washy in canon, it's hard to pin down because you have tanks in game and even APCs in the wasteland, so it's kind of up in the air because in Fallout 2 the Highwaymen exists. Okay. Battle order, okie dokie. Warhammer 40k. I'm not super familiar with Warhammer 40k. Is that just a straight rip-off? Is battle order just something that is just from 40k? I have to think of something else. Oh god. Actually, whilst I'm thinking of these ranks, let me have a quick look at the Circle of Steel, because that was brought up to me last time. Little to no information has been given about the Circle's canonical origins relative to the founding of the Brotherhood by Roger Maxson. It was intended to appear in Van Buren as well as Fallout New Vegas. Oh, it was you in Zerny. There's a mechanic in 40k that shares the same name. I think that's Imperial Guard. Ah. What about Combat Doctrine? I'll change it to that for now because I don't want anyone to think that this is just a shitty ripoff of 40k Codex Astartes. Right, it doesn't say... Okay, so Circle of Steel answers directly, or at least according to this, answered directly to Elders. So I guess I've got to put it in here as well. So if I do plus Circle of Steel. Okay. What did I miss in the 30 minutes I wasn't here? Not a great deal. I've remembered to add the Circle of Steel to the Specialists cast. And I've renamed Battle Order to Combat Doctrine because apparently Battle Order is something from 40k. Missed face reveal. Right. Let's have a look. Right, what can we start with? Right, I am going to put the music back on in my ears because it feels a bit weird sitting here in silence talking to myself. Well, let's start with the obvious one. We see them using airborne warfare in Fallout 4 and sort of the end of Fallout 3. So I don't know, let's call it something like Wings of Steel. Using vertibirds to add to dictionary. No, this needs to be written old-timey like. The use of vertibirds to drop brothers into strategically, oh no, that's not, tactically into tactically advantageous. Can I spell this right? Oh my god, I can. Advantageous positions on the battlefield. Oh no, that's gonna become a thing. Fuck. Oh god, what have I done? One finger going slightly faster than the other, and that's just spawned another meme. This is Brian all over again. Yeah, I know I caused this. Oh god damn it, I can just see that just emerging in the chat. Okay. This needs a bit more than one line. Lancers should be given complete discretion in where they land in order to ensure their safe infiltration and exfiltration once drops are complete. Okay. Once deployed. Question, you could put a capital S at the end of Combat Doctrine, making it Combat Doctrines. Excellent, well spotted. Combat Doctrines. That was a good spot. Let's have a look. Once deployed, ground warfare assets should seek to pin down disperse or otherwise disrupt. Oh, no. Enemy elements as they see fit, I guess. Adaptability within the moment is key to victory. That's also another good spot. Thank you, Inzernia. Combat doctrines are a I'm gonna say is the manual of tactics. Okay. Oh god, that's just never gonna go away, is it? Fuck. Okay. What else do we see them doing? Oh god, every time I look back at the chat there's another one saying Borthers. Ah, oh, fuck. God damn it. Suffering and laughing I am. What other tactics do we see them doing? Trying to think of things we specifically see. Oh, hi, Yeoman. Right. I'm pretty sure in current US military strategy they have a thing called Alamo position, which is basically we've lost control of our base, so just retreat to the most possible inner cordon and fight to the last. Alamo procedure? Procedure. I can't seem to find anything of it. US military Alamo tactic? I don't know, I wonder if that'll help. Okay, I can't seem to find anything on it, so I guess that's just not going to be a thing. Oh, for God's sake. The last stand should exit from a fortification become impossible, then combat elements are to hold every inch of ground and make the enemy pay for it in blood. Oh god. It could be called the Helios procedure, but I like to think that they would have gone off of some sort of plan or strategy before Helios. Like, it would have existed in time for Helios, hence why they did what they did at Helios. I like that, but I don't know. Last Wall Protocol. That sounds familiar somehow. Why does that sound familiar? Yeah, I was going to say, Chase brings up a good point. I don't think that could ever happen or even would ever happen because I don't know. We've never heard of any procedure like that or seen anything like that since. Defensive positions should take advantage of natural terrain as much as possible. True. What was it you thought of calling it? Last Wall, I've just thought of a much better name for this. Stand Against the Tide. In the event of... In the possible event of a second great let's please spell apocalypse correctly. I really don't need to spawn another meme in the chat. In the possible event of a second great apocalypse, the last wall is to be invoked and all active chapters are to unite at a specified location and eliminate the threat to mankind. For God's sake, every time I look back there's some jank spelling and another bother. Right. All chapter elders are to be added to the oh god, Council of Elders, and if necessary, a high for God's sake, High Elder elected. The last wall is a 40k thing, no, is it? Oh, let's right, 40k the last wall. Okay, it didn't autofill, which oh yeah, that is a 40k thing for the Imperial Fist to reunite. Okay, well that's gonna have to be renamed. Right. Call it something dramatic like Unite or Die. Did I spell invoke wrong? No, it just needed a comma. What about Last Stand Protocol? Oh yeah, that's Stand Against the Tide. Ooh, Steel Bastion is good. I really like Stand Against the Tide, so I'm gonna rename this to Steel Bastion and then do that. I'll call it Stand United Against the Tide. Okay, where can we go from here? Right, let's get scout team. Because, and how many people were in those scout teams in Fallout 4? Fallout 4, Brotherhood of Steel quests. There's Lost Patrol, and I think they had 4 guys. Right. I think 4 makes about sense, because there's the dead body at the Cambridge police station. I don't know. No, you know what? It might be 8 actually, because Paladin Dance says when you go with him to Arcjet that he's lost 4 good men to this godforsaken wasteland, and there's 3 of them left, so that means about 7. And that would also make sense for the number of power armor suits you find in the Lost Patrol, and the fact that you find the 3 named people and Paladin Brandis. So I guess 7. There was 2 squads. You find Dance and the others, but the other corpses, but wasn't a bunch of dead suits in that one house? Perhaps? I'm gonna go with 7 for now. Alright, composed of... Oh god, that's not how you spell off, and neither is that. Fuck. Composed of 7 personnel. Right. 1, let's go, right, composed of 7 personnel. A scout team is designed to operate far beyond the main tactical and logistical support of the chapter in which it is it's not stationed at, a part of, which it is a part of. They lost 7 unnamed in Dance's squad. Okay, Recon Squad Artemis, Recon Squad Gladius. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including the sole survivor, so it's only 6. And then with Artemis, it only has 4 listed members. I'll tell you what, we'll reach a happy medium and make it 8. Because although a bunch of people keep saying that, oh, in the real world they would do this, they probably have manpower constraints, and also this is the post-apocalypse. Okay. Okay, right. Scout team should be composed of one, oh, for fuck's sake, this goddamn keyboard. 1 field officer, rank star paladin or paladin. Oh, it's capitalized, paladin. We got 7 more to work with, so let's say 4 knights, Senior or standard. And 3 scribes of various with varied with expertise relevant to the mission at hand. 3 scribes with expertise relevant, almost had it, to the mission at hand. I think that's the right version of expertises, but I'm prepared to be proven wrong. Oh god. Oh, that's clever, GBAF. Break it down by squad. Should compose of 8 personnel, split into 2 squads. Nope, 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 nope. Right. Let's just do that. Let's move that to there. Of which it is a part of and is tasked with exploring uncharted areas, monitoring potential enemy factions, and seeking undiscovered technology. Squad 1 should be made up of where was what you said? Scribe, Paladin, and 2 Knights. I don't know if you'd want to have multiple initiates going on a scouting mission, GBAF, because obviously they're kind of portrayed as trainees to a certain degree. Maybe one sort of maybe an aspirant. But anyway, let's go. Should be made up of, all right, let's go 1 field officer of rank star paladin or paladin, 2 knights, and 1 scribe. Squad 2 should be, oh my god, I missed the L again. Should be made up of 1 I'll say 1 knight or senior knight if available. Actually, I'll just put 1 knight, senior or standard. I just realized I'm not doing senior or standard. I don't want to use lots of brackets. Senior or standard, and standard does not need to be capitalized because that is not a rank. Senior or standard. Two scribes, and I'll say one aspirant. Let's have a look. Okay. I reckon that's good. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 2 knights, senior or standard, and 2 scribes, or 1 knight. Oh god. God damn it. 1 knight. Two scribes, capitalize, and 1 aspirant. There we go. So they've got some flexibility. Second squad seems fairly low powered. Wouldn't it make more sense to put the rookie aspirant in place of the second knight in the first squad with the senior officer? I'm going to say no. I feel like this makes sense. Purely on the whole, like, squad 1 is always kind of raring and ready to go, and squad 2 is kind of like not the B team, but I don't know how to describe it, but I think aspirant being like in the back makes the most sense. Right, let's... right. I suppose we might as well move into some kind of assault team. Wouldn't a scout squad need a survivalist specialist for the location? The squad is going to need a trained expert. Yeah, well, I was going to say, I feel like knights aren't just, you know, shove overs, and hence having a senior knight could also boost it up. Oh, so you mean the first squad is more forward focused and the second squad acts as support? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. You've worded that perfectly. In fact, you've worded that so well. I'm going to actually add that. Squad... Oh god, squad 1 should be forward focused, and squad 2 should act as supports. Should act as support. Yeah, it's going to say they can always bring them up to full readiness should they need to. Right. Let me quickly make sure you're in here, right? Axiom in... Oh god. Right. Okay. Right, let's... Assault team. Afraid you spelled axe. Oh god, have I done it again? In fact, I have put the O in the wrong place. God damn it. I'm just having a real field day with my spelling today. Right. Right. Assault team. I'm gonna say this should be 6 man. An assault team is designed to operate as armored. Have I spelled this wrong again? Yeah, that's the British spelling. Act as armored or shock infantry. Oh god. With a focus on breaking front lines and disintegrating enemy support and morale. Now, I'm not even sure how I misspelled that, but whatever. Would probably be Paladins and 4 Knights, Combat Medic. Okay. Alright, composed of 6. I've just realized they're not going to refer to each other as personnel. They're going to refer to each other as siblings. There we go. Okay. Let's have a think. Composed of 6 siblings and split into 2 fire. Oh god, fire teams. Fire team. Nope, that's not how you spell it. Fire team 1 should be made up of. Oh god, Boulders has come back. Should be made up of one field officer, of paladin or higher. What did I say up there? Of rank paladin or higher. One paladin and 1 knight. Actually, I'm going to make that 2 knights, and you'll see why in a second. And 2 knights. Fire team, for God's sake, I swear I'll spell it right eventually. Fire team 2 should be made up of 1 paladin and 1 paladin and 2 knights, or 2 paladins and 1 knight? For God's sake. Just looking back at the chat and just seeing all the memes. Right. I'm gonna say 1 paladin and 2 knights. 1 paladin and 2 knights. With 1 knight acting as... Well, you know what, actually? I'm going to say 1 paladin, 1 knight, and 1 field... Oh god. Field scribe. I've just realized scribes are field scribes as a rank. That's chapter specific, isn't it? Scribe. Oh, it's not even listed on here, which is really fucking fantastic. Fallout 4 field scribe. That's just the armor. Okay, you know what? I reckon that just bees a... Oh my, I can't believe I was just about to say that'll just bees a scribe. Right. And 1 scribe. And 1 scribe for emergency field repairs. That's the reason why I wanted a scribe in the assault team. I'm not just smoking jet. There's actually a reason for it. So they're a bit like combat engineer, if I assume. I'm gonna say I don't know a lot about combat engineers, but I assume, you know, the scribe is going to be doing like emergency repairs on weapons and armor and things like that. The Codex spoke of this jet inhaling. Right. Right. What other team could scout, assault, recovery team? That would be a good idea for actually securing technology from locations that have been, you know, proven to be safe. Recovery team. Let's spell that right. Recovery team. A recover. I've also just noticed I haven't capitalized this. A recovery team is tasked with the collecting of technology from locations that have been secured beforehand. That's one word. Yes, it is. What about heavy weapons team? My intention is that an assault team could be fielded with heavy weapons. So like the paladin of the field officer and knights of team 1 could be outfitted with heavy weapons. RNG, have you had your daily dose of Nuka-Cola flavored Mentats? Haven't, but I have a Dr. Pepper, so I'll be all right. Let's have a think. Recovery team. I reckon that have been secured beforehand. Wasn't that the point of power armor in the Fallout universe, that they could wield heavy weapons normally impossible to handle it by infantry? Lore-wise, I mean. Yeah, I think that was the point. Hey RNG, what's been going on for your spelling to result in Borthers, which we shall all know now use? Basically just typing, and one hand goes a little bit quicker than the others, and blesses everybody with the meme that is Borthers. I'm not stupid. I just can't quite type the way I would like. Right. This team should be composed. Nope. Nope, you don't get to see that. Composed of 5 siblings. Right. Should be composed of 5 siblings. 2 knights for security and 3 scribes for analysis, and I don't want to use the word recovery again. Analysis and collection. Collection? Also, it doesn't help that I'm using a keyboard which has got, like, I think they're called like Cherry X or something. Basically, you only have to push on them ever so slightly to get an input. And so for analysis and acquisition, that's quite I like that. Acquisition. Okay. Not 100% certain on the taxation squad, because I don't like the... I was going to say, we only really see the Brotherhood of Steel raiding farms in the Fallout 4 sense. Like in Fallout 4. I was going to say, we don't really see it in any other games, although we do see... if you help Harding in Fallout New Vegas, he sends you to attack the Silver Rush, which is as short-sighted as it is stupid. Yeah. BOS and Fallout 4 really are just raiders with fancy armor. But I'm hoping I can change that. Light squad, lightly armored teams responsible for occupying certain areas. Yeah, holding checkpoints and roads. I'm going to rename that though to, I don't know, occupation squad sounds a bit sinister, so I might keep that as a light squad actually. Call them light infantry. Light infantry team. Taxation for protection, the Midwest way. Yeah, that's true. Very true. I feel like, personally, going into a discussion for a second, that sort of thing would probably be handled by scribes and maybe, you know, a couple of knights and paladins if they really needed a bit of muscle. But then again, the whole point of the Midwest was that they didn't really pressure people into joining them. It was, if you want protection, here's what we ask in return, but if you don't, you know, we're not going to bother you for it. But yeah, I feel like that sort of thing would be overseen by scribes because, you know, they're super smart and educated. Hey RNG, maybe some Brotherhood chapters tax some settlements in return for protection, so the settlements produce food and stuff for them. And some add muscle just in case and a scribe to document. Pretty, I mean, that's not a bad shout. That's kind of what I was going to do in the reimagining that I'm writing at the moment. But there's an added layer in the middle. Hey RNG, do you have a list of mods for your different reimagining videos? There is a comment somewhere in the Minutemen video about the mods I use. I didn't really use any mods for the... Oh no, I used one mod for the Institute one. I think that was Institute Technology Overhaul. But to be honest, a lot of it is just ENB, screenshots, and creative storytelling. Sadly, one of the core mods for the railroad reimagining was an armor replacer, which unfortunately doesn't exist anymore because it replaced the railroad coat with the better looking one that was shown in the video. But unfortunately that replacement mod got deleted by the creator, who just decided to take it down, which is a real shame, but you know. Hey RNG, thinking about it, maybe these protected settlements are also a location for the Brotherhood can recruit for long-term wise. Yeah, again, that's something that I was going to be addressing in the reimagining, is that the Brotherhood has a much more active recruitment. They don't just kind of wait for people to drift in. They just you know, they go out and look for talent. Right, light infantry, let's get back on track. Light infantry team. A light infantry. Nope, there's no R in there. A light infantry team is primarily responsible for I'm gonna say is designed for light skirmishing and occupation and patrol duties. I think that's a good balance. Lying infantry. Oh god. Right. What can we put as a light infantry team? I feel like that would want to be 4 or 5 people at most, because I was gonna say they're kind of more so looking for opportunities and occupying and patrolling rather than taking part in heavy duty fighting, although they could be used as like flanking infantry on the front line, hence why I've said, you know, skirmishing. They could be used for flank protection and stuff. Let's go with 4 for now. This team should be, let me adjust my chair real quick. Should be composed of 4 siblings. Ooh. Should be composed of 4 siblings. 1, I'm gonna say senior knight. 2 knight. Oh god, there needs to be a K. 2 knights and 1 aspirant, or I'll say other type of initiate. There we go. Oh my god, yeah, I completely forgotten about Brotherhood of Steel. I won't lie, I was really proud of that when I came up with that at the time. Okay. Actually, I'm going to give 2 composition types. So, and then 1 senior knight, 1 knight, and 2 aspirants or other oh god, type of initiate. Okay. It was really good wordplay, exactly what I'd expect for a newspaper. Yeah. Wouldn't a light infantry squad also maybe have a scribe to set up defenses and checkpoints for a squad to inhabit? You know what I reckon? I reckon that could be like a test for words. So like aspirants are still or just initiates in general are, you know, still not committed to a certain path, and so they go out on these kind of light duties like occupation or patrol, and you know, when they reach the location they're supposed to be occupying, the senior knight, you know, instructs them to, you know, build fortifications, dig trenches, etc., and you know, uses that to test their abilities. And if they seem more kind of, you know, intellectually grounded and know how to do, you know, beyond average basic fortification, then maybe the senior knight will go back to their you know, the head knight and say, I think this aspirant should be, you know, this, that, and the other. You know, whether they go to the combat cast or the scribe cast, and you know, that's kind of how it could be a method of clear, or you know, relatively clear testing and progression. Because not really a lot is said about how people go from one rank to another. Robbing locals for the noms. I like that. Okay, right. Scout, assault, recovery, light infantry. What else? I think we've done a bunch of teams. I think we could do some more like combat doctrines. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call this tactics and team compositions. Right. Wings of Steel, Steel Bastion, stand united against the tide. Field aptitude test, if you will, yeah. I think it would be of a recommendation thing, like a knight recommends an aspirant to a scribe to test the aspirant for which scribe type they would be, or if they are better a knight or paladin. Yeah, that makes sense. So with regards to this, it was more of a, oh, they seem to be quite like mathematically minded in their preparation, so then send them off to a scribe to be tested, and then if, you know, the scribe says we like this one, then they become scribe. Let's see. What other... Oh, well, you know what we do need? We need some kind of denial of assets. Hey, you know math, it's some C4. I like that. You're one of the smarter aspirants we've had, so go and attach this C4 charge to the bridge, please. Why won't I do it? Well, I don't know what's over there. Right. Denial of assets. That's just a placeholder name. Hi again, Inzoni. Denial of assets. Should important information... I'll tell you what, should important or dangerous... No, no I in there. Dangerous information and or technology be at risk of falling into enemy hands. Denial of assets. No, there's no point in wording it twice. Such information such things should be destroyed immediately if they cannot be extracted from their current location. I like that. Just hear a boom in the distance and just, oh, my legs! Clearly he's not meant to be a scribe. Clearly he failed the maths. What can we call this? Denial of assets. The Brotherhood of RNG. God damn. I still don't understand how that became a thing. Someone just really heard RNG and thought, oh, orangey. God damn it. Let's have a think. I'll tell you what, whilst we're thinking, We need something visual, because at the end of the day, this is just 2 pages of words, and that can't be very interesting to watch. So let's move into having a look at trying to create digital versions of those flags that Ladybird made for me. Oh god, what is going on here? Right, file, no. I need, let's go 1920 by 1080, because this is, I don't know, I think 1920 by 1080 is good for a flag. I love that you nearly forgot my name there for a sec. Yeah, look, I never said that I was smart. That's what he's gonna call the Discord, by the way. That's some Fallout TV show levels of stupid writing. It wasn't, it's not perfect, but I really like the Fallout TV show. I'm just gonna say it. I like it. Not perfect, but I think it has heart. Do you have the images to show people who couldn't tune in last time? I have the images. I just have no way to show people. But I was gonna say, people will. I was gonna say they'll see the vision as it emerges, right? So what I'm gonna do is let me just grab the photos so that I can see them physically in front. Okay, let's start with the Protectorate of Boston. That was kind of the one which grabbed everyone's attention last time, I think. So right, I will need the actually, I think I've got a whole bunch of stuff from the video essay I did on the Brotherhood of Steel being doomed. There it is. Okay, so and I was gonna say I need a way. In my opinion, let's have a quick look at what's been said whilst I've had a browser tab open. I don't care if it's canon, it's a spiteful revenge fic. I kind of disagree. I do think it did spit in the eye of some of the New Vegas writing a little bit, or more than a little bit, but I don't know. I still think it was good. Let's have a look. Okay, right. I can't really recreate the tree that Ladybird has drawn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to grab the Massachusetts flag. Right, what I'm going to do is if I open that in new tab and then just grab as little of it as possible. As I say, I'm sure you can see some of this happening. Just save that in there for now. Right, back out to there, back to here. I really wish it would stop changing my icon setup. Right, how did this look? I reckon if I do... Okay. And now I need stars. Right, star, 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 star. Oh, perfect. There's a 5-star tool already. I need you to be... Okay, right. Can I make it blue? I can make it blue. Oh, there we go. That's nice. Can I add a border? That's going to be the next big thing. I can. Perfect. I reckon that's good. Actually, I think that border might be a tad big. Yeah, that works. That's so annoying. So the little clip I've taken is not quite level, so I need to crop that to fix it. Let's give that a look. Perfect. Nailed it. Will we get Boston Liberation Army flag too? I will try my best to create that. Alright, let's have a quick look. Okay, 87. No, that's too far. Why are you being a pain in the ass? There we go. Actually, this one was a bit higher, so let's push that up. And there we go. We have our Protectorate of Boston flag. Save as. Let's go just streams. I'll just save it in the streams for now. Oh wait, no, this is the God. Protectorate of Boston flag. File, export. Let's just put it in the streams for now. I see we're having a conversation about the Legion's civil war. I do think the fact that they were sat in a camp with a dirt mound between them was very silly. I think the fact that a civil war happening after Caesar died was perfect in terms of the writing, because he was very egotistical, very, you know, self-indulgent. Self-indulgent might not be the right word, but very kind of narcissistic, where he didn't ever want anybody else leading the Legion because he viewed it as, you know, his thing. I think that in terms of the actual Civil War itself, it would have been far more like sensible to see, like, you know, different elements of the Legion falling into different warlords. So, gonna go on a bit of a nerdy history tangent now. If anyone's familiar with the Wars of the Diadochi, so this is what happened after Alexander the Great died. Basically, all of his sort of generals and highest officers immediately tried to take control of the empire he had created. But obviously, as they fought, they ended up obviously fragmenting the empire further. Did he? I never got that impression. I was gonna say I've never done a full Legion playthrough. I've done like I've gotten 99% of the way there and just not finished. So, like, you know, the mission right before Hoover Dam. But I never got the impression that Caesar wanted Lanius to be his successor. Does he say that outright? Lanius would have drove the Legion to its death via logistics. Besides, Lanius never wanted to be a ruler, always a conqueror. Yeah, that's perfect. Legion has a chain of command with a succession line. Okay, I'll be honest, didn't know that. I clearly need to play more New Vegas. But I reckon personally, even if there had been a clear line of succession, and I'm glad you brought Vulpes up, because there was clearly a massive, you know, rift between Caesar's lower officers, because, you know, obviously Vulpes valued subtlety and stealth and trickery. Lanius never understood any of that stuff. And so I reckon they should have gone with a kind of like Wars of the Diadochi style, where just every officer became, you know, their own warlord, I guess. Right, let's that's saved, so let's open new. Nope. File. New. Let's go down to 10 again. Okay. I don't think that Vulpes true, but Vulpes doesn't have the entire Legion support. He would still have had rivals to handle, especially the Centurions with their strong military sway. I think the thing is that, you know, you don't have to have the full support of an organization to take over or to, you know, end up in charge. I think you just need to have enough of the key institutions behind you. And so I think that this is why, regardless of whoever had taken over, there would have been an immediate rift, because the whole thing was basically a kind of cult of personality around Caesar. And so you would have had the speculatores following Vulpes, you would have had the Centurions following Lanius, slave revolts. Yeah, you would have definitely had slave revolts. I think this is something that we should have seen more of in Fallout New Vegas, is slave revolts, because people don't like to just, you know, roll over and take being a slave. If the Legion isn't fully backed, even a small civil war, Vulpes would have been weaker on the front line to handle the civil war leading to slave revolts. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what I was thinking. Right, let's do... I have no idea how I'm going to do this one. Protectorate of Pittsburgh. Oh no, Pittsburgh's not a protectorate, it's a fabrication state. So the fabrication state of Pittsburgh. Right. Let's go with rectangle. We need... I want a flag of Pittsburgh up on my other screen just so I can... right, Pittsburgh flag. Okay, it is just the vertical two-color triband, black and yellow. Okay, right, which means I need to get these I need to get these correct. It would be nice if there was like an easier way to do this. That's alright, let's make this one yellow. Although maybe not that harsh a yellow. There we go, that's good. Okay, that's not quite accurate. I do that halfway, and then do that one halfway back. And now they're too wide. Fuck. How do I do this and get these equidistant? Oh, no. No, select that, goddammit. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's grab another rectangle. Let's just make this one green for the sake of standing out. And put it to the back. Now, if I do this, does this fit perfectly? No, it does not. Right, that's 627 width. That's 627 width. That's 664. That's not ideal. Now that's 651. Man, creating a... How wide is your canvas? Can you divide it into thirds? I don't know. How would I go about dividing it into thirds? Is there just a way to divide this into thirds? Because if there is, I don't know that. View? How wide is your canvas? It's 1920 by 1080. Let me see if I can look it up. All right, view, show grid. Oh, great. It's not aligned though, which is fucking useless. So each should be 640 pixels wide. Okay. Oh god, bit far. Let me just zoom in, right? 640. Okay. Now let's give this a shot. Right, let's get rid of show grid because that's annoying me. Oh, that's perfect. See, this is what happens when you do the maths. There we go. Okay. Now the question is, how do I create the central I'll tell you what, let's pull this back in and see if there's a way. Okay, well, apparently I can't create. Is it the pen tool? Okay, that just completely fucked that up. Oh, hi Redcore. Right, let's delete that. The white is a little bit horrible. I do apologize. So I misspelled the word brothers and it spawned a horrendous meme in the chat. I'm currently just taking a break from writing whilst I think to try and create some of the flags that Ladybird Scribbles drew in the previous stream. Okay, here we go. Oh. Actually, I'm going to have to get a bit more precise. I've just realized actually that is going to fuck this all up if I do it like that. No, I need a better way to do this. Oh, great, that's still there. File. How do I deselect? I've never understood why they do it like this. Shift select. Am I being blind? I'm not seeing a select key on the keyboard. I've got shift. This is where the limits of my skills are really showing themselves. That undo clear select? No, it isn't. How do you normally... Oh, it's still there. I was hoping that moving into another tab would fix it. Hold shift or alt or control and then select something. Nope, tried all of those. Why Why do some... I mean, it's not the company's fault, it's clearly my own, but... face reveal when? Not for a long time, I reckon. Right. Well, that's really helpful, Affinity. Thank you. Right. Copy. Don't save. New. Paste. There we go, problem solved. Nothing like just working your way around it. Oh. Right. Save as fabrication state of the pit. Okay. We already had a hand reveal. Right, video. Right. Is there a cog tool? Because if there's a cog tool, there is a cog tool. All right, I'm going to leave Pittsburgh for a moment and move into the Boston Liberation Army. Because I don't want to be getting into opening Photo P and slowly clicking around and cutting items out. So let's go new. Alright, file, save as, Boston Liberation Army. Okay. What's the most creepy word you can say about RNG to make him nervous laugh? God. I'm terrified of what you can think of. Okay. Ah, right. Okay. It ain't gonna be perfect, but it will be mine. Oh, right. Once you deselect that, you can't reselect. That's not ideal, but whatever. Oh, God. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, I reckon that's good. Let's make it a darker grey. Then we need 3 of them. Okay. Alright, let's... Small one. Medium one. Okay, right. Oh. Move those out of the way. And try to create a wrench. That's definitely going to be the hard part about this. Let's just hide all of them for a moment. Okay. No, no, you didn't, but I guess that's part of the challenge. Trapezoid. What I could really do with, and I don't know what the name of the shape is. Is it a rhombus? I could really do with a rhombus. The kind of angular square. Maybe a rhombus? Shape? No, I don't get to... There's... Okay. The suffering is of his own volition. Yep. Right. Affinity, how to create rhombus. Affinity, how to create rhombus. Start with the diamond tool. Right. You know what, actually? I might be okay with just this. And now if I grab a square, oh. Why did that not align? There we go. That's better. Why is there a little gap down there? Let's go with just a good old square. There we go. Nope, not quite. No, go. There we go. No, why did you do that? Okay, why are you now not letting me select? No, why the fuck did you do that? No, don't clip to it. I've almost got you. Okay, close enough, right. I haven't seen it, no, GBAF. As I say, I need to watch some of his videos because they look very good. Right. Let's now see. See, why did that clip on so nicely? But what is it with this tiny little line? Is that just me or am I going crazy? Okay, right. Now I need to get a rectangle like this to make sure it's all aligned. It's not. There we go. Just drag that off to the side and make it red so I know what it's for. This is RNG we were talking about. He's a perfectionist. It's glorious to watch. Fuck. I've been found out. That's the worst wrench I've ever seen. Yeah, that's because it's not finished yet. Patience. I know what's wrong. I need to make this. Ah, no, that needs to be flipped. And de-lengthened a little bit. Delete that. Copy this. Bring it down to here. And then flip. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. It looks like a cartoon bone. Yeah, I know, but I'm new at this. And if, I was gonna say, I'm not gonna bother with those little white lines. It's not worth wasting my time. And then group, copy, paste, flip horizontal, and then move to there. You know, not bad. I think it's a bit long. Reckon if I do... Actually, if I just do this... It looks like a cattle prod. No, this does not look like a cattle prod. I was gonna say, I'm going exactly off of what the drawing is. You know what it needs? It needs the... It needs the leather hand grip in the middle. Is this the center of... Yeah. We need to make it red. That's a decent red. I quite like that. Can get rid of that now, I reckon. Group this into one thing. Okay. I'm not blaming anyone. Highly recommend also getting a visual reference. I have a visual reference. I have what you drew out in front of me. Fine. Let's find a wrench. I don't know. A wrench. Okay, so most wrenches aren't double-ended from what I'm seeing here. But I like... Oh no, you can get double-ended wrenches. See, I'm not seeing a problem. Obviously, it's not perfect. But, yeah, but your drawings look good. This is a picture. And I actually like what you've drawn. I like what you've drawn more than I like what a real wrench looks like. And plus, the people that make these things are likely not going to be able to draw. Ah, I think I'm seeing something here. they're not equal on each side. So if I do... Okay, right. I'm going to quickly put this back on being level because it doesn't like it when I work on things at an angle. So let's move that aside a second. Shorten this. There we go. Okay, now it looks a little more wrench-like. And then if I do the same for the other one. Actually, if I... Okay, you're intent on being a pain in the ass. Yeah, there we go. Oh. There we go. Now it's a little bit more wrench-like. No, select the whole thing, please. Right. And now it looks like you've put it at a perfect 45-degree angle. There we are. No, why did you do that? There we go. Needed to be a little bit chunkier. Medium-sized cog goes here. And the smaller cog goes... No, why do you do this? Maybe not that much. There we go. Thoughts, everyone? I've just realized it's missing the drops of blood. That's a wild thing to say without any context. Okay, right, let's give this a nice bright red. And then make that one a bit smaller. There, look at that. I've just realized it's missing drops of blood. Yeah. I reckon make this a bit of a lighter leather shade. There's a lot of dark colors. And what I also need to do, save. I need some kind of paintbrush tool. Oh, fucking hell. I was hoping it would at least give me a, Oh, come on, there's got to be a paintbrush tool somewhere, for God's sake. No, apparently I just didn't have the paintbrush tool equipped. Right, let's get a nice orangey kind of rust color. Need to reduce the opacity, or just not, I guess. Why won't that change? Why the fuck won't the opacity change? If I start with Oh, right. The paintbrush has its own opacity meter up here. Right. The color needs to be deeper. Okay, maybe 40% opacity is a bit much. But don't tell me this is now affecting it, for God's sake. Okay. Right, let's have a look at where you've drawn the rusty elements. Okay, right, that won't work like that. Is there a way I can just paint onto the cogs? Oh, why does it keep getting rid of the fucking color? Yeah, it's not bad. What were the other ones? Oh. Oh, good. I didn't just delete everything. There we are. Bit of rust gunking it all up. And we have the Boston Liberation Army flag. Thoughts and suggestions? Gonna leave that on the screen for a moment whilst any thoughts and suggestions pour in. I'm gonna grab myself another drink. No, I think yours looks better than mine. You drew yours out by hand. I had all these digital tools with perfect shapes to help. Yeah. I feel like maybe the background should be a different color, but I wouldn't really be sure what else to actually. Why have you come to the front? To the back? Definitely no outline, please. No, that's definitely a step down. No, I guess this is to be a white-backed flag. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to a bit of writing. Maybe a pastel sort of color? Let's have a look. Right. Could give the cogs some damage. Oh, so more than just rust. Okay. I'm not super hot on... If I go for a smoothness of 0, reduce the stroke width. Oh, for fuck's sake, why can't I just have... Go for 100% hardness. And decrease that to 2, basically. How's that? Few cracks here and there. I reckon could do one more here actually. Alright, it's good to see you, Ladybird. I like that actually. I'm glad I made that addition. Yeah, that was a nice suggestion in Zerny. Oh, God. That Borders thing is never gonna go. Fuck my life. Right. Oh my God, we're almost 3 hours in. Goodbye, Bother. Oh, you mean shattered into pieces? I don't know how to do that. Like taking a shape and dividing it in two. So I'll just have to work on that in my own time, lest we sit here for hours watching me just dally about. Okay. Logistics team. How have I spelt logistics wrong? I added an extra I in there, god damn it. Two siblings on the front lines. Okay. Let's get rid of that. What do we reckon the let me max screen this so everyone can see. What do we reckon the composition should be? I reckon this team should be composed of say 4 personnel. I'm gonna say 3 knights. Actually, no, I'll say 2 knights, 1 aspirant or other initiate or other type of initiate, and oh wait, they're supposed to be last. 1 scribe for organization and 1 aspirant or other type of initiate. Okay. What else can be added? Got some really decent team compositions. We've got some sort of core tactics. What else can be added? Because this definitely, I was gonna say, I feel like I've added everything I can, but I know this definitely isn't ready. There's something missing. Let's have a look at the history. Let's add to the history, actually. We don't have anything up past the Brotherhood of Steel's founding. Okay, why did you do that? The threat of the master. So let's get up a quick bit of information on what the Brotherhood did in Fallout 1. Oh, there's not really a great deal of Why is this wiki so incomplete? Right. Let's go down to plot, see what I can find. Right. This is proving remarkably unhelpful. Yeah. Right. Oh, this is the wrong Fallout. No wonder I'm having a hard time. Right. Okay, right. I reckon I'll just add that. So, our order became content to hide within the bunker at Lost Hills. We grew complacent until the Vault Dweller roused us from our complacency. If I could spell complacency. With word of a massive super mutant army called Unity. I'm going to max screen this and zoom it in a little. Not massive? I was under the impression it was a pretty sizable threat. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Of a colossal. Almost had it. Which threatened to bring about an end to all human life on the continent. While the Council of Elders was mired in pointless debate over even its existence, High Elder, what was his name, John Maxon? Yes. High Elder John Maxon tasked the Vault Dweller Vault Dweller. I wouldn't say outbreak is the right word, because outbreak implies it was uncontrolled, but this was, you know, an organized effort by the master, and, you know, there was indoctrination and they had human spies. I personally feel like, you know, a colossal super mutant army, you know, I think that kind of sounds... I mean, to be fair, the Brotherhood do describe the super mutant army as an army, because they refer to it as, or when it gets, you know, broken up, they refer to they refer to super mutants that are fleeing east as elements of the Master's army. I've just realized I completely missed his last name. With finding evidence to end the ceaseless. That's it. Ceaseless discourse. Was more about scale, as in not mention massive, but mention that it is of a scale large enough to threaten the existence. Okay. With the evidence secured and presented to the council, they were roused to action. And what comes next? That they require Brotherhood assistance in storming the base or the cathedral. Okay. Okay. And the Brotherhood stormed the cathedral in order to bring an end, in order to help the Vault Dweller. Oh god, don't need a capital B there. Bring an end to the Unity and its leader, the Master. Okay. Comma there. Right, now it's on to something which there'll be a little bit more information on, which is why do I feel like the Brotherhood would forget to mention the Vault Dweller on purpose to feel more mighty? I mean, to be fair, that would be perfectly up their alley, but also, I don't know, I feel like they keep fairly accurate records, minus a few, a few notable exceptions. Sarah Lyon's death. But regardless, I was gonna say, leave it like that for now until can find more information. Right, Fallout 2 storyline. Okay, right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Axiom. Right. Right, let's have a quick look. Earliest conflict with the Enclave. The Brotherhood of Steel first entered into conflict with the Enclave on the West Coast during the year 2241, as the Enclave began to reveal its presence to the world. Brotherhood of Steel reopened several observation outposts to monitor their activities. The Brotherhood of Steel tasked the Chosen One with infiltrating Navarro Air Base to retrieve schematics of the Enclave's modified vertibirds. Does this writing make us head scribes of the Brotherhood and RNG? I was going to say, there's a special chapter-specific rank called Librarian, which I feel is what we're doing right now. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Oil refinery. Okay, it's just called the Enclave Oil Rig. Let's see. Okay, so the Enclave didn't actually have anything to do with the destruction of the oil rig, but they did get the Chosen One to oh Christ, why is that in bold? And why is it in size 14 as well? The Enclave emerges. Oh. I just realized I didn't really get any years. Could really do with adding some years to that. Right. Fallout 1, Brotherhood of Steel. Uh, 2161. And 2161. Yeah, there we go. And then we move into conflict with the what's it called? The Enclave in 2241. So that's what? 83 years later? Fucking hell. After 83 years of relative peace, a new threat. A new threat emerged called the Enclave. They are the remnants of the pre-war US government shadow state. I did know that. Their technological advantage. Oh no, their technology far surpassed our own, with vertebrates and new models of power armor that were designed to work in post-war conditions. Just like with the Master, a wasteland hero called the Chosen One, the grandson of the Vault Dweller, roused us from complacency again. They were given an impossible task to steal vertebrates bird schematics from what the hell was that place called? Navarro. From the Enclave base of Navarro. Once they had done this, they got an old oil tanker working and sailed off to... They didn't know about it, I think. I think they thought it was just another... I was going to say, I feel like they could have possibly learned it after the fact, so I'll leave it in for now. But good point. And sailed off to the Enclave's HQ. Oh no, they're going to say headquarters. On the oil rig in the Pacific Ocean to save their abducted tribes members. Tribe members? Nope. This is going to be reworded. Sailed off to the Enclave oil rig. Their headquarters in the Pacific Ocean to save their abducted tribes members. An oil rig under the under Enclave jurisdiction off the coast of... Okay. Sailed off to an oil rig. Jurisdiction under... I'm going to say Enclave control because I don't feel like jurisdiction is something the Brotherhood of Steel is going to recognize, but I like what you've said otherwise. Off the coast of California. Off the coast of California to save their abducted tribes members. Where, while there, it's an operational briefing note in the Codex, not a retelling of the actual story. No, that's true, actually. Destruction. The Chosen One was able to successfully assassinate Enclave President, what's his name? Dick Richardson. Oh, Richardson. And save his tribe members. Effectively shattering enclave cohesion. Why have I spelt this wrong? Oh, there was no N. Cohesion on the west coast. There we go. And next is the fun one. NCR Brotherhood War. Maybe put Chosen One in brackets, because again I doubt they'd call him that because they aren't their Chosen One. No, but also that's kind of what they've become known as in like throughout the Wasteland, so it's not going to help when they're trying to inform their members of their history if they start giving, you know, famous Wasteland heroes their own nicknames. That's my thought anyway. I feel like this is supposed to not just tell the story of the Brotherhood, but put the Brotherhood's existence in the Wasteland into context and why their mission is so important. I was going to say, we can definitely get a little frugal with the truth with this one. After the shattering of the fucking hell enclave, the nascent NCR and Brotherhood of Steel cooperated to hunt down their fleeing remnants and study their dangerous technologies. In the early years, cooperation was fruitful and effective. However, the NCR, like all civilizations, grew greedy at the prospect of became greedy about this technology and the possibilities it could bring. Cooperation turned to I feel like the Chosen One would have been clarified as a nickname given to them by their tribe to find the Gek. Yeah, very possibly, but it's incredible how quickly nicknames can stick and like become the thing that something is known as. I mean, take tanks, for example. When they were first invented, they were initially called land ships, but they were called tanks as like a code name, and then the code name stuck, and we wouldn't think about calling a tank a land ship today. Cooperation turned to rivalry, and rivalry turned to war. The NCR and their massive is not the right word, and their huge armies slowly, actually no, I was gonna say they're not gonna go straight into talking about how they lost. Brotherhood the Brotherhood inflicted huge losses on the NCR, including the capture of their gold reserves, which destabilized their monetary system. Inflicted heavy casualties works. Heavy casualties. There we go. However, the NCR had massive is too informal, had substantial has a no, I'll say had still had a you know, I'll say has to this day a huge, nope, huge is too informal, a exceedingly large population and was able to replace their losses whilst we were not. Slowly, their large armies were able to push us out of California, despite our many bunkers and superior tactics. And you know, I'll say superior quality soldiers. Stockpile or population several times larger than the Brotherhood's. I don't know. I feel like exceedingly large is better, because obviously the Brotherhood is incredibly small, whilst, you know, Shady Sands alone had a massive population. And when you think about how many states there were and how, you know, anybody was available for like military service because it was an equal society, or is an equal society. It's not gone yet. It would have been, you know, they could have recruited from one city and drummed up a force equal to all the Brotherhood chapters combined. We were scattered and diminished. Oh no, it's diminished. We were scattered and diminished. Which caused radicalism and, you know what, which caused dissatisfaction and radicalism to grow within our ranks. With how Brotherhood is currently in the lore after Fallout 4, I doubt that claim now. You know what, actually? We were scattered and diminished in the West. And then that will lead on to my next point, which is what goes on next, which is Lions and the East Coast chapter. In 2253. Actually, I just realized I need a date. When did the Brotherhood of Steel NCR war kick off? Okay, late 2050s. About as specific as it can fucking get. By the 2250s, the NCR, like, why is that? Ignore, please. I'd just pick a day. Nah, I don't want to, particularly with the more kind of lore-ish stuff, I don't want to do anything that might be, because it doesn't need to be as specific as a day, but having time frames, particularly for a history, is going to be important. I've also realized that I've completely not added a day here. A new threat emerged in 2241 called the Enclave. Right. Let's go into the Brotherhood of Steel Fallout 3. Okay, right now it's 54. Yeah, there we go. Oh, hi, Stephen. Sorry if this was mentioned earlier, but will you make this codex available? Fuck. Will you make this codex available in PDF form? Yes, I will. Once this is finished, I am hoping to PDF this and put it where anyone can get their hands on it, whether you're, just curious or you'd like it for some headcanon, a creative project, or, even other content creators can use it if they want to. Basically, it's just supposed to be as accessible as possible. Let's see what's next. Right. 2254. Oh god. Council of Elders sent a task force east with 2 missions. The first was to attempt to find any possible remnants of the legitimate pre-war US government in Washington, D.C. The second, doesn't need to be a capital. The second was to attempt to find the missing exiles from the schism of, and when did they fuck off? Oh yeah, because they're not canon, they'll no. Where's the background? When did you get expelled? Where's... it doesn't say, which is really fucking helpful. From the schism of 2195. That's just what I'm gonna put. The man selected to lead this task force was Star Paladin Owen Lyons. Lyons was a capable leader and soldier, and whilst he failed to make contact with either the US government or the missing exiles, his arrival, his arrival in the capital wasteland, as Washington DC had become known, marked the start of the Brotherhood's no, that is supposed to be there, yeah. Brotherhood's East Coast chapter. Right, why do you keep popping up? Okay, fine, better. Spelt Owen, not Owen? Shit, is it? Fuck. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, that's fine. I know this because I use him in Fallout Shelter Online. Oh, fair enough. I have not played a great deal of that game. Is it worth it, Fallout Shelter? I played like a couple hours of it and kind of got bored. They were able to secure vast amounts of technology in his arrival in the capital wasteland in 2255. In their early years. However, Lyons lost his way and turned the East Coast chapter into a charity organization which aided outsiders rather than uphold the important purpose of the Brotherhood. Both Fallout Shelter and Fallout Shelter Online are two completely different games, and one of them, Shelter Online, is only available in South Korea unless you get an APK like I have. Oh, I didn't know that. That's funky. After discovering that Elder Lyons had been lying for many years about the amount of technology he was uncovering, the Council of Elders was left no choice but to declare him and his chapter to declare him and the East Coast chapter a rogue force. The Elder Lions had been lying for years about the amount of technology he was uncovering, and that a mutinous... and that it had resulted in a mutinous schism and defection. No, not defection, and splintering of his forces. No, splintering is not right. No, splintering the right word if it's just into two organizations? Because splintering implies dozens of fracturing. Thank you. Fracturing of his forces. The Council of Elders was left no choice but to declare him and the East Coast chapter a rogue force. For... Wait, when was this? 76. In 2276. Right, 76 to 83, that is 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 1, 2, 3. 8 years. For 8 years, the East Coast chapter rotted as two splintered, as a fractured organization. I gotta be honest, I don't really know how to fit the Appalachian Brotherhood in. Like, and that's not just my personal dislike of Fallout 76 talking. They are genuinely written into such an impossible, like, little blind spot that it just doesn't work. And honestly, part of me is kind of hoping that that game gets declared non-canon at some point. And like the Brotherhood first patrol, or what was it called? Like the first expedition, the kind of quote unquote reinforcements. Like that only complicates it further, because at this point in the Brotherhood's existence, they are still stuck underground, you know, kind of at this point, they've barely changed their mission from help people to secure technology. They're tiny, and yet they're sending people east to support a sister chapter, which they haven't been in contact with for what, a decade by the time of the game's beginning. So I am just going to politely not talk about it. The no comment strategy. Until 2283, when a scion of the Maxon line named Arthur, oh my god, I spelled that right, was able to rise through the ranks and reintegrate. How have I spelt this wrong? Reintegrate the mutinous element called the Brotherhood outcasts. Isn't Maxim more of a dynasty than a line? I would say no, but I can completely understand where you're coming from, because a dynasty implies it's hereditary, like, sort of like a kingdom or an empire. But from what I understand, the Brotherhood of Steel was kind of worried that the Maxon line would become a dynasty, and so they explicitly made the elders an elected position so this wouldn't happen, because they were worried that it would it would become stagnant under a hereditary leadership. So I'm not going to change it, but I do understand where you're coming from. With this, I need to mention the fact that the West Coast elders were watching them all this time. They were spying on them. I don't know how, and this is something that's going to really be difficult to establish in the reimagining. We watched from afar as the East Coast chapter rotted as a fractured organization. Right, that is all one sentence, and I think that needs to be split into two, so I'm going to do full stop. However, in 2283, a scion of the Maxon line named Arthur was able to rise through the ranks and reintegrate the mutinous element, which had called itself with this, what do we call this? With this glorious, glorious? There we go. With this glorious rebuilding, the chapter, do I need to say East Coast chapter? No, I'm just gonna say chapter. Oh, you know what? I'll say the new East Coast chapter. The new East Coast chapter was welcomed back into the fold. Revitalization? You know what? Sounds fancier, so I'm gonna put it in. Revitalization. And I did spell it right the first time. The new East Coast chapter was welcomed back into the fold. And a humble Maxon formally disavowed? Is that the right word? I'm not sure if disavowed is the right. Instead of rebuilding, Glorious seems a little on the nose, no? Perhaps. But then again, he did ascend to the rank of Elder at 16 and basically rebuilt a broken organization in like just a couple of years. So, I don't know. I feel like they'd want to play that up. And I need to find out if disavowed is the right word for what I'm about to type next. Meaning of disavowed. Strongly disown or deny? Let's have a look at the Cambridge Dictionary. I'll tell you what, I'll write out the rest of the sentence. Formally disavowed the cults in the West that had sprung up to worship him. To worship his line as gods, allowing the elders in the West to purge them with little resistance. I think disavowed works, yeah. Formally, not for. Oh shit, you're right. Formally, yes. Excellent spot. You see, I like how it will pick up on things like I could have where was it? Something along the lines of contact. I got like a little blue line saying, you know, I could shorten, you know, contact or to make contact. Here it is. I got a little blue line saying, you know, you can cut down to make contact to just to contact, but it won't pick up things like that and how that doesn't, you know, work. Or does that work? Formally, as in rather than formally. Okay. Okay. Next. Well, it was grammatically correct. It just changed the meanings of a sentence. Ah, okay. Fair enough. I stand corrected. You are okay, word. All right. Into Fallout 4. East Coast ascends. I'm going to put the East Coast ascends. Or the East Coast Ascendant. Ascends or Ascendant? I don't know. Ah. It just means that Maxon had formerly disavowed the cult, but then not any longer, which is not what you meant to say. But Word doesn't know that point. Okay, oops. Alright, the East Coast Ascendant. Okay. With the East Coast chapter rebuilt, Maxon was able to redeploy a large a large expedition to the no, I'd say nearby. It's not that far away. To the nearby territory of the Commonwealth, a chaotic land in which a shadowy organization called the Institute used abominations of their reckless science to oppress and destroy the human inhabitants of the region. That sounds fancy as fuck. Real professional commentary by me. The remnants of the former reclamation. Oh, it's not an integrated part yet, and that's all reimagining stuff. So that's not going to get a mention in here, unfortunately, as much as I would like. Right. The Institute used. Okay. Maxon's arrival into the region saw the Brotherhood undertake many peacekeeping. No, that could be one word, couldn't it? Keeping duties in order to drive the abominations back, whilst searching for a way to defeat the Institute. At this point, the Brotherhood's fate was, oh god, don't need two O's in that, was once again intertwined. No, that's not how you spell inter, or is it actually? Oh shit, it is. Was once again intertwined with the fate of another wasteland legend, the sole survivor. The sole survivor No, that doesn't need to be repeated twice. This individual This individual's son had been kidnapped by the nefarious. Let me guess, it's the R. Oh, and it needed to be an E. By the nefarious organization. And they brought their fire of no, that doesn't make sense. Brought their quest for vengeance into the Brotherhood as they joined. Into the Brotherhood. I'm going to say when they joined. Their determination allowed them to pick holes in the Institute's... How the fuck have I spelt that wrong? Institute's... Abomination feels less formal, but I feel like the Codex gets a bit more informality might work. I don't know, what could be a more formal way of saying abominations? Because to me that sounds very formal, or at the very least it feels more formal than mutant. Oh, hi, Sleeping Star. And the brother... Oh. And the chapter was able to find the Institute and used Liberty... Oh god, that needs a capital. Liberty Prime to defeat them. Ah, thank you. You would not believe how often that becomes an issue in my script writing. I've also just realized that I completely forgot to leave out I've completely forgot to include, sorry, the East Coast chapter fighting the Enclave, so I'll have to go back and do that. With the Commonwealth in need of full-time peacekeeping measures and an abundance of... What on earth is wrong with this word? And an abundance of unsalvaged... unrecovered technology, the East Coast chapter renamed itself to the Commonwealth chapter and endeavored to make the region its new its primary base of operations. Okay, right, let's quickly just do all of this. Okay. During these, let me just put that there so everyone can see where I'm writing. During these roguish years, the East Coast chapter was able to sustain itself through the recruitment of outsiders, many of whom were able to genuinely prove their steel. I feel like they would want to include that because they don't want the East Coast chapter to be seen as this super powerful organization within their ranks or within their chapter system, and then it be because they've let in a whole bunch of outsiders. So it would be, oh, they joined whilst it was rogue, but they're actually okay. They're all right. Despite the chapter's diminished strength, they were able to defeat a resurgent enclave threat. They were able to defeat a resurgent enclave threat under the leaders of President John Henry Eden and Colonel Augustus Autumn? Fuck yeah, spell that right. With the help of the Lone Wanderer, Eden was assassinated and his plan to poison a local water purification system with FEV. Oh god. Will you have your institute, I'm going to assume you meant to say messing with FEV creatures, or will it be like how it was in the game where there are only super mutants? In my institute, I changed the FEV project so that it got shut down after their internal political revolution, and the institute actually takes a somewhat proactive approach to dealing with the mess they've made. But obviously, if the player makes certain choices, then obviously all of that can be undone, and the institute can, you know, get off its, you know, redemption arc and go back to being purely evil. Eden was assassinated, and his plan to poison a local water purification system with FEV was thwarted. Oh my god, I spelled that right. Despite this victory and the crushing of Enclave remnants at what was that fucking base called? Fallout 3 Broken Steel. What was that base called? Adams Air Force Base. At Adams Air Force Base. Under the leaders of President John blah 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 be under the leadership? Maybe? Okay. Well, I mean, Word doesn't seem to think it's wrong, so I'll leave it like that for now. I was gonna say, my choice in using leaders was that John Henry Eden and Colonel Autumn are very different leaders in the fact that Eden is kind of this figurehead, whilst Colonel Autumn commands the loyalty of all of the Enclave's members, in that, you know, he actually has the scientists and the military believing in him, whereas the second, you know, President Eden goes off the rails, everybody immediately starts following Autumn. But I think leadership works as well. Led by... Okay. Enclave threat, comma, led by President John Henry Eden and Colonel August. That's supposed to be Augustus. There we go, fixed. Almost missed that. Despite this victory and the crushing of the Enclave remnants at Adams Air Force Base, it did there was no great resurgence in the East Coast chapter's strength. There was no great... And then pick that up there, and I think that makes sense. There was no great resurgence in the East Coast chapter's strength. For 8 years, we watched from afar as the East Coast chapter rotted as a fractured organization. However, in 2283, blah, 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 I think that makes sense, personally. The next question is... My apologies for the slight disappearance. My grandfather just passed while I'm on my way to Portsmouth. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Redcore. Well, if I can help take your mind off it, then I'm glad to be of service. I need to add this last line. With this wealthy new territory, the East Coast chapter became the de facto base of power for the Brotherhood of Steel. Okay. And that, I reckon, is a complete history. I don't want to go into the TV show and Civil War stuff because we don't know how that's going to pick up. And depending on who wins, it will obviously depend on what goes into the Codex. So man, we got 30 minutes left until the end. We have run this right down to the wire and we are arguably not even finished. Oh, that's going to annoy me, but more might get added. Right. What else do we reckon needs to be added? I reckon there probably will be a part 3 where, you know, it's sort of, you know, prettied up a little bit and, you know, everything gets proofread. Trying to think of what else could be added. I was going to say, I don't want to do a whole stream where I add every named personnel's member, but damn, didn't know I missed that much. Oh, don't worry. I was going to say, I think at some point I will probably edit all of the like key moments of the writing streams down into like a kind of supercut video where it'll mostly be Codex stuff, but maybe a little laugh here and there. What else? I don't know. Can any of you guys think of anything else that might need to be added? It seems like a lot of work, but if you're determined, I am determined. I think there's going to be some real merit in this. Hopefully. Maybe we talk about how operations are conducted strategically. I think that would be highlighted at a point. Okay, so you want more of a like a sort of grand strategic level. You have to include Orangey and Brotherhood bits if you do make a supercut. Yeah, I know, because I know that if I don't, that'll just be all I see in the comments is where is the Brotherhood? Right. Strategy? I don't know. It's kind of weird to talk about. Does strategy maybe want to go into that's history. Purpose and mission? Rules on AI intelligence. They're definitely not going to like that. They don't even like the idea of treating ghouls like decently. They're definitely not going to like the idea of a robot with the soul. Right. Purpose and mission. Could add regional strategy for each relevant chapter. It's not a bad shout. Although I feel like that's a bit too specific. I reckon if we can come up with like a general grand strategy, so like a kind of a sort of a modular blueprint that every chapter, new or old, could look at and go, right, how does this situation plug into this? Right. Tell you what. I reckon we'll do it here. Give it its own section for now. Or do we? Give it its own section for now. We can always get rid of this later. Strategy for fulfilling purpose. Oh, almost had it. The overarching method by which the Brotherhood and its component chapters. Oh, I mean, okay, I should clarify. I mean, how much intelligence can an AI, how much intelligence an AI can have before the Brotherhood steps in? I think if it's any more intelligent than like a combat robot, they're probably going to step in. So you're definitely not going to be seeing any Codsworths and Whitechapel Charlies, which kind of, or what's her name, Cleo. Any sort of free machine is definitely going to be a big red flag. The overarching strategy. The overarching strategy by which the Brotherhood and its component chapters and its component chapter. The overarching strategy by which the Brotherhood and its component chapters should follow should seek to emulate in order to fulfill its purpose is the following. Okay, right. No. What did I do? I did this. Maintain or exceed local factions in technological and / or military strength. either by qualitative or quantitative. Oh my god, I can't believe I spelled both those right. Classified data. We need stuff that's redacted, put for lower ranks, like maybe technological advancements or developments of sects in the Brotherhood, classified data and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good fit for the Codex, purely because this is supposed to be... Obviously, this isn't how the Codex gets treated in any of the games, but it's supposed to be something that anyone can read. And so I feel like putting classified data in it is probably not wise. I feel like anything that is so serious that it would need to be classified would go in its own, like, case file. But it's not a bad suggestion. In fact, in a way, I kind of like it. It would be very cool. By either qualitative or quantitative advantage. Where I always spell this wrong. Let's consciously think about it. There we go. Where necessary, local factions should be co-opted. Should be co-opted or pacified, provided that either option does not create additional enemies. Additional enemy factions. So if you piss off one person by killing a group of people, that's fine. But if you piss off an entire faction, maybe not so wise. Maybe there should at some point be a chapter on how advancement through the ranks. That's an excellent idea. Why didn't I think of that sooner? That's definitely going to go into the rank and structure. Yeah. Description of roles, of titles and roles. Rank system so you can see who fits into where. And I'm going to get rid of this because this is not necessary. Of course it wouldn't move to fit. Okay, can I just... that needs to get a bit smaller. Oh god, no, don't fuck with that one. There we go, good enough. I'm not gonna fiddle with that forever. Right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to ranks. Oh fuck. Ranks, structure, and advancement. Put a space there. No, why the fuck would you do that? There we go. Right. Right, advancement through the ranks. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Get back up to where I was. Do one thing at a time. Maybe add departments. The caste system that they have kind of already acts as a department. So I was gonna say, I feel like this already does act in its own kind of departmental way. But also with the Brotherhood of Steel being a very like authoritarian organization, they are, I mean, actually I was gonna say authoritarian organizations tend to have a lot more departments, many of which would be unnecessary. So actually, is there any document, is there in the document any explanation of how the caste system actually works, or sort of? Or is that implicit? It's supposed to be implicit. So when the Brotherhood of Steel was formed, initially scribes were seen as lesser members compared to knights and paladins. But obviously you can't really treat the people that maintain your firearms like shit, or otherwise you're not going to have any firearms to use. And so the scribes were quickly able to overturn that. And so these three, or I should say technically, these four castes are all kind of seen as equal, with the officers or the leaders being, you know, equal under the subordination of the leadership, which I've called the officer caste here. But, you know, a lot of these castes will have officers that kind of, I guess, like, not bleed into this, but it's very like, this is going to be a really bad way to describe it, but a bit like sort of, no, I can't think of how to describe it. I mean, part of me was thinking about putting the head scribe in the officer's caste, but I don't think that would quite make sense. But then again, I'll have to think on this. But anyway, I've got just under 20 minutes. So let me focus on strategy. Deadly technology such as FEV samples or nuclear weapons are to be prioritized for recovery or destruction should recovery prove unfeasible. I'll say untenable? Yeah. Are to be prioritized, thank you. Are to be prioritized for recovery or destruction should recovery prove untenable. Military technology such as power armor. Nope, I always fucking spell that wrong. Power armor, combat robots, and heavy weapons are to be secured by all available means, including captured from enemy forces, I'll say enemy factions, paid for with local currency, or You know what? I reckon that's fine by itself. I can't think of a third thing. I had a third thing in mind. Nope. That's supposed to be an R. Civilian technologies. Technology that is of use to us, such as, I don't know, medical equipment, technical schematics. No, that's not really a technology, that's more just information. Medical technology. Come on, what's civilian grade equipment? Computers. Computers and civilian robots are to be acquired as and when available. I'm trying to make this so it sounds like low priority without saying low priority. When reasonably available and should ideally be scavenged or paid for with local currency. Oh fuck. Provided the price is fair. So no throwing thousands of caps at your local scavenger crews. Specialized or technical documentation is to be prioritized for recovery in the same system as technology. Does that make sense? So basically, like specialized or technical documents relating to deadly technology come first, then military, then civilian. Right. Let's have a look. What could come next? Specialized or technical documentation is to be prioritized for recovery in the same system. I'm going to say same categorization system. Categorization. I know this is spelled wrong already. Categorization. I'll assume that's correct. Categorization system as technology. Bomb in nations that are overtly hostile should be prioritized for destruction over non-hostile in order to improve travel within occupation within no not occupation operational zone and / or to improve opinion in 5 use to use is worded a little strangely. Oh shit, that's not supposed to be of use, it's supposed to be of use to us. But good spot. Civilian technology that is of use to us, such as medical equipment, computers, and civilian robots, are to be acquired as and when reasonably available, and should ideally be scavenged or paid for with local currency, provided the price is fair. In order to improve travel within operational zone, and or to improve the improve the opinion of the Brotherhood among the local populace. Okay, no, fair, that makes more sense. So that's good. In 3, deadly technology such as biological and nuclear. That's much more succinct. Deadly technology such as biological or nuclear weapons are to be prioritized for recovery or destruction should recovery prove untenable. Military technology such as power armor, combat robots, and heavy weapons is to be secure. What fucking language is you talking about? Combat robots and heavy weapons is to be secured. Surely that's an R there, right? Military technology such as power armor, combat robots, and heavy weapons are to be secured, is to be secured. Oh, I suppose that does make sense actually, but no, R sounds better. Abominations that are overtly hostile should be prioritized for destruction over non-hostile in order to improve travel within operational zone and or to improve the opinion of the Brotherhood among the local populace. Okay. Military technology such as to be secured by all available means is to be secured by all available means. Surely that means that all of these, so this one here and this one here want to be changed to is as well? Oh, I'm not seeing any blue lines, so I'll assume I've made the right choice. Right. Maybe make note about evacuation of civilians in the immediate case of deadly weapons being used, spread, or destroyed. In the event of dead that doesn't need to be capitalized, deadly technology being proliferated beyond the Brotherhood's beyond the Brotherhood's control, the local I don't know if the Brotherhood would really be concerned with civilian casualties, though. They kind of just view it as an unnecessary or like a unfortunate part of their presence. You know what I will do, though? Say, when necessary, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to put 3 where local factions have been co-opted and are considered trustworthy enough for for the task, they should be used to bolster the Brotherhood's logistics network in order to maintain the pace of military operations. Slept too late. How far are we into the stream? We're about 2 minutes from the end, Solarian. Hi, G-Bath. I'm not going to end bang on 5 o'clock, particularly if I'm in the flow of something. So there'll be like, you know, a bit of overflow or overtime. Why the fuck did I say overflow? So whilst I'm in the flow of strategy creation, I'm going to grab myself another drink. All right, let's have a bit of water for a change. Guess I've got a few hours of VOD to watch somehow. Yeah. Let me give you a quick overview. So I've added a complete history rather than just the founding to the history of the Brotherhood section. So the threat of the Master, the Enclave, NCR Brotherhood War, Lions in the East Coast chapter, the rebuilding of the East Coast chapter, what else? Created a full sort of relatively plug and play grand or sort of strategic overview for the Brotherhood to use. Someone, and I can't believe I've already forgotten, but I have a terrible memory. Somebody, a lovely person in chat, came up with the incredibly intelligent idea of adding a section on how someone can advance through the ranks. Oh wait, here it is. It was Axiom. Axiom came up with the incredibly clever idea of adding a how to advance through the ranks section. We've got some basic combat doctrines and sort of team sizes for like sort of standardized how to build a special, like how to build your military force up. And yeah, at the moment I'm just working my way through the strategy section. Right. What's next? Abominations are overtly hostile, should be prioritized for destruction, yada yada yada. Brotherhood among the local populace. What next? Did you do the New Vegas chapter? Shit, that's a good point. I have forgotten to write the New Vegas chapter into the rules, into the history. That will need to go here. The fuck. The Mojave chapter, the price of arrogance. That sounds like a good title for them. That will be for a little bit of later work though, because for now I want to keep focusing on the strategy. So thank you for reminding me of that. Actually, as we're kind of flowing into overtime, I want to make sure I've got everybody's names that's contributed. And it looks to me like I have. At least I think I do. Scrolling up through the endless lists of authors. Okay, I think that's all good. Right. There was something in my head about a 9th rule. Did I miss a name? Yeah, I missed the name. Right, let's spell this correctly. Okay. Actually, have I missed another? I missed another. Yeah, I did. N6T. And then there was one more, Yeoman 1888. We are forever ingrained in the Codex. Right, let's have a quick look. What was I thinking for the 9th chapter, the 9th strategy sort of advice? We've got how to maintain power over local factions, co-opting or pacifying local factions, how local factions can be used if they're trustworthy, priority recovery sort of priority recovery system for deadly, or for technology and information. Dealing with hostile abominations. Should have their dwellings logged for later extermination? I say later destruction because that sounds a bit extreme. Actually have their dwellings logged so they may be eliminated. Fuck my life. Eliminated at a later date. Right. Right. What to add next? Is there even anything we can add next? I'll tell you what, let's move back to this, do a little bit of this, and then probably finish up. The Mojave chapter's founding was as unceremonious as its apocryphal, I think is the right word. Apocryphal. No? What's the word like? I'm trying to think of what the right word would be, where it's like prophetic? Yeah, prophetic. As its almost prophetic end. A scribe. He was a scribe, wasn't he? Elder Elijah. Yeah, he was a scribe. He's a talented scribe. Needs to be capitalized. Scribe by the name of... Does he have a full name? No, he's just Elijah. Elijah. was obsessed with the ideas of developing new technologies rather than the preservation of the old. This unorthodox attitude frustrated the elders frustrated his elders and peers. Actually, no, and siblings. The elders in particular found his obsession with weapon technology to be questionably to be ethically questionable at best, and unable to deal with his extravagances. Fuck. They allowed him to. They exiled him under the guise of establishing a new chapter in the Mojave region. Let's have a look. What else does it have to say? Okay. He once in command of a chapter, his extravagances only worsened and would turn to fanaticism. Fuck. Oh, it is fanaticism, almost. His extravagances only worsened and would turn to fanaticism. Basing his chapter out of an old world solar power plant called Helios 1. Is it? Oh no, it's spelled 1 as in the word. Ooh. Called Helios 1. He became obsessed with some kind of technology linked to the plant. I'm going to say some kind of unknown, because I don't know if the Brotherhood ever figured out that the power plant was designed for powering an orbital death laser linked to the plant. He demanded, despite all tactical observations from his paladins, that they hold the site against the seemingly endless armies of the NCR who would batter the complex on a daily basis. I don't know if that's quite accurate, but makes it sound like it's constant. Just as the battle was about to be lost, Elijah vanished without a trace, and command fell to a scribe. How do I spell this guy's name? McNamara. Who would immediately order a breakout assault and reposition the chapter at Hidden Valley. Maybe batter the complex relentlessly? Yeah, that's a good idea. Batter the complex oh shit, let's not put a semicolon in there. Relentlessly. Was he? Oh shit, he was. I could have sworn he was a scribe. Oh, I stand fully corrected. To head paladin. Where they were able to hide from the NCR. The tale of Elijah is a perfect example of what happens when man's desire for technological advancement is not tempered with reason and restraint. Elijah was a scribe promoted to elder. McNamara was his head paladin. Hardin was senior paladin. After McNamara assumed the position, Hardin was promoted to... Right. I don't know why I got into my head that he was a... I don't know why I got into my head that he was a scribe. I swear somewhere along the line I was told he was a scribe, and I guess I must have just overwrote it in my brain. And this led to the needless deaths of most of the Mojave chapter. McNamara. Oh, so I need to make that Elder McNamara because now Elder McNamara attempted to save his dying chapter by entrenching fanatical and misunderstood belief in the Codex, shutting out the outside world and refusing to adapt. You know what I'm going to do? Going to yoink that to here. The Tale of Elijah and the Mojave chapter is a perfect example of what happens. I want to also dump a bit of failure on the Council of Elders, who were just like, bugger it, we can't be bothered to deal with you, go and start your own chapter, you lunatic. And then the lunatic does lunatic things and everyone dies. When elders refuse to fulfill their duties to maintain discipline and adherence to the Codex, and when man's desire no, that needs to be plural because it's, and I'm gonna, all right, fine, mankind's, no, I guess it is supposed to be that. The Tale of Elijah and the Mojave chapter is a perfect example of what happens when elders refuse to fulfill their duties to maintain discipline and adherence to the Codex, and when mankind's desire for technological advancement is not tempered with reason and restraint, and this led to the needless deaths of most of the Mojave chapter. What about Veronica and the Followers of the Apocalypse? I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I don't really think the Brotherhood is going to care about the Followers of the Apocalypse. And I get the distinct impression that Veronica would have stayed, despite McNamara's, you know, leading them down the path of eventual damnation. Command fell to a head paladin McNamara. Why did I say that? Command fell to a head paladin. I'll say to head paladin McNamara. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I feel like that pretty well sums up. Although that can be removed and that can be removed. Are we leaving the Mojave chapter ambiguous because of the unclarified ending of season 2 of the TV show? I'm going to say yes. I mean, I don't really think it's ever mentioned in the TV show what's happened to the Mojave chapter, but they are suspiciously absent from the West Coast Elders meeting. The last sentence is a little long, no. Maybe a period near the end starts a new sentence. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it is fucking huge. The tale of Elijah and the Mojave chapter is a perfect example of what happens when elders refuse to fulfill their duties to maintain discipline and adherence to the Codex. This led to the needless deaths of most of the Mojave chapter. I mean, this is still kind of long, but it does make sense as a single sentence. The tale of Elijah and the Mojave chapter is a perfect example of what happens when elders refuse to fulfill their duties to maintain discipline and adherence to the Codex, and when mankind's desire for technological advancement is not tempered with reason and restraint. Ah, thank you. Okay, right. I think that is a complete and good place to leave off. So thank you everyone for watching. There is going to be a part 3 at some point, and it would be really nice to have you around for that as well. I reckon we are getting very close to the end of this, and bar a little bit of off-screen prettying up, this might actually almost be ready. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your days and have a lovely time. See you in the next one.